Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Ling Bang, no matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme, Ling Bang. No matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme. First, make we see how far your back bend. If you don't know how, get less if I can rent. Turn your body round like a smoothie or the blend. New dance trend. Style we no borrow, style we no lend. For sure, we no the beg no friend. From in the thing far way back when for the elders and the children. Can't do this thing till they gonna so do it like charge. Back it up in the garage. Make them know we squad living large. Hold a salute every sarge. Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Ling Bang, no matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme, Ling Bang. No matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme. We like when you shake it. Never gonna DR if you can't fake it. Entire yam, heart and thick. Mama take 9 months to make it. Act like you didn't need Johnny cake before you bake it. Take a pass to the cars, then twerk it. Then your style you can't buy the new market. All of the styling bang surpass it, yo. Watch when they blaze it. Have the tremble like we don't tease it. Tell the DJ, rewind it. Bust a sweat and work it. Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Ling Bang, no matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme, Ling Bang. No matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme. From Baka Jungle all the way to Yabra, Corozal and Dangriga. Check Pamali sister Julia, teaching the tourists the key kaka. Through the alley and the plaza, don't jump past 41 mile marker. If you want something extra, I want you that feel Librata. Pay for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Disappear for a while, but now I am back again. Introducing a new style, them call the Ling Bang. I am a musical zen, violating the charts again. Ling Bang, no matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme, Ling Bang. No matter if you're 50 or 10, Ling Bang. Big bully in a pen, Ling Bang. Rooster or hen, this one, yeah. Creme de la creme.
We now go back out, back out, back out now. With love we overcome. Now back out, back out, back out now. You gotta be strong. Now back out, back out, back out now. With love we overcome. Now back out, back out, back out now. Whoa. Everybody wants to be loved. Hear the words I utter in my song, and my heart tend to see same way. Hear the agenda come late. Say when the times are hard and you feel like giving up, just remember to be sure in love. Back out,
All right.
back out now. With love we overcome. overcome. Now back out now. We gotta be strong. Now back out.
Mr. G. Good night. Good night, sir. I can't hear you. Your mic, take the mute off your mic. Your mic is muted. You see it? Find the icon and take the mute off your mic. I can't hear you. Your mic is muted. You got to find that icon and take it off. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Reid Between the Lines, See Smoke podcast every Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern. The chairman is on hiatus. We're probably viewing the thing right now. We're just waiting to wait for Greg to get situated, and he's gonna be expecting Mr. Joey Kobe and Mr. Lennox Lam to be on too, so just be patient with us. Take your mic off mute. Your mic is on mute. So I can't hear you. Back on. Yeah. Well, I guess he's gonna be back in a minute. Just give him a short time. In the meantime, let's just run another tune.
I believe John Massive, me begging if we just live progressive because we live real life it will live. When it comes earthquakes like judging, general the ball. We never forget, no forgive. Aggressive, assertive, attentive, innovative. Black people representative. We want to just lean back and check the motive. Sing out. Right now the youth them they kill one another. Right now in the time for they pray to the Father. Right now, Billy's under fire. Right now, the youth.
Remember, like and subscribe. Tell a friend. G Mike will be back here next week. We have some things coming up. I think the 6th we'll be meeting with the Makobi players. And then the 15th we'll be in a fundraiser. We still have to do with Brother Jones. You just give us a minute until Mr. Grizzly come back and then discuss, okay? Thank you for your patience.
Moral fabric of society, on decline, ecosystem, on decline. Them could have started all day, one thing they can't find, and that's a peace of mind. Right now, they use them.
Definitely want to say, this up on Earth comes from East System Mary, Make sure big up my sister, do that. I'm my baby. Baby, baby. Mr. G. Oh man, you win again. He be back. There you go. Oh, Joey is saying, Joey could take over. You know, Mr. Joey.
Yes.
How are you doing tonight, sir? You could hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah. I could hear you and see you too.
Well, I'm not getting you now, but yeah.
Mr. Joey, turn your face to the right. Let me see something. You're to the left now, to the left. To the left. Now, not too much, just a little bit. Yeah, right there. That's where I could see your whole visual frontal. I don't know why your cameras be all set most of the time like that.
I can change it.
No, man, don't change nothing, man. We live right now. Don't change nothing. Don't change nothing. We live right here. Gregory is gonna be coming on in a minute. I sent the link to Lennox too, right? As you requested.
Okay. Let
Okay,
me.
so hopefully be coming on too. How is everything? What's the weather like down there?
But it has been on and off with the rains. I guess this time of the year.
Yeah, this time of the year, regular routine.
Yeah,
Regular routine. Yeah.
it's still kicking up in the Caribbean.
Okay. Oh yeah, I seen some I seen the tracking thing as the regular they give us an update on what's going on. So
Yeah, well, what is important is that this storm that is now about to hit Jamaica actually originated right in the Caribbean. This is not one of them from across.
it's not from Africa. It wasn't from Africa.
No, so it
Oh
is
wow.
saying that the Caribbean now might be warming up more.
Global warming. What you think about global warming then? You think it's
I,
plausible?
yeah, I think it is. I believe enough evidence is there, and I go along with the scientists. The majority do. But I see some in our own country here. I see it down more in the south and the coastal areas.
Can you guys
That's,
hear me?
that's,
For some reason, my camera is not working. I don't know
why
what's
not?
going.
I'm seeing you perfectly.
Huh?
And I can hear you. I'm seeing you perfectly and I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I can. Before I couldn't, but now I can.
Okay. Good.
I like this background too. Sometimes I don't like that A and I background and that AI background. Kind of like
Oh.
you cut your face in half sometimes if you don't talk correct and all kind of
Yeah.
shit. I like the
Okay.
naturalist better.
The link, come on now.
Yeah.
Come on.
You were talking about the hurricane, Mr. G.
Yes.
It was a hurricane season in the whole.
I
And
want
he
to come on.
said he started in the Caribbean and he started in Africa.
Yeah. Well, the Africa always get hurricanes too. They call it
You
typhoon, I
said it
think, or
started in Africa.
or
You said it
cyclone.
started in the south.
I
You
tell
said
you,
it started in the South Africa, the southern part. I don't know.
you come on, all right, but you're coming on. Good. Right. Okay.
But
You're coming on.
Mr. Jose is attributing it to global warming though.
If we
Crazy.
I am seeing some effects of it down in the south, for example, in the Placentia area. I could recall that we did gain some land. That's a fact over the years before. But now it looks like the sea is beginning to reclaim the land. So we find like some coconut trees are beginning to fall because they are in the sea.
Here comes Mr. Lennox Long. I'll leave you guys alone, man. You are live. Have a great show, okay?
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Good evening.
All right, Mr. G.
Yes,
Handle.
Good evening. Good evening, Belize, fellow Belizeans, wherever you are. We're here this evening with you, whether you're in the towns, the cities, the countryside, or in the diaspora. We're here to just share our sentiments on what's been going on. And there seems to be a lot going on in Belize and throughout the world, it seems, at this point. So our chairman, G. Mike, is out this evening, so I'm sitting in for him. And we have our co-host here, always, Mr. Joe Cowie. He's here with us. And we just want to kind of sit around and talk about some of the things that's been going on. We were briefing up a little bit about the hurricane season. It's kind of in the middle, I think, and coming to an end. It usually, because of the extended period, it's pushed up to December now. I think it used to end in November, right, Mr. Cowie?
Yeah, usually in September. Then when we got Hurricane Hattie in October, they took it to October. Then we had another hurricane after, so now it's up to November. So actually, we are just about a month and a quarter, a month and a third from the end.
Yeah.
But this time of the year, it seems to me from what I've been recording from the past, this is the time when it looks to beginning to develop right in the Caribbean. Most of it would come from across from the African desert,
right,
and across the Atlantic and come here. But this one that is about to hit Jamaica, that started right in the Caribbean. As a matter of fact, it was somewhat of a potential, could have been was a potential or could have been a potential threat. But he shifted a little bit to the northwest.
Yeah.
Sorry, the northeast.
Okay,
So,
northeast, because northwest is when it's bearing down on us.
mhm.
Yeah. But there seemed to be so much going on. I don't know if Jeremy will be joining us, the other co-host, today. But
But you know, you have Mr. Lam there. You can see Mr. Lam, the political
uh,
scientist.
oh, okay, okay,
Mr.
okay,
Lam.
okay.
Yeah,
Good
he has
evening.
been. So you have both of you out in the diaspora.
Yes, yes, yes,
I think, but you know, Lennox is from St. Louis.
yes, yes.
He
Okay.
acted in the movie. Remember the movie The Bells of St. Louis?
No, I don't remember that one, but it sounds like a good one. Good
But
evening, Mr.
let
Lam.
me. Have you met Mr. Lam before?
No, no, I've never met him
Well,
before.
could you allow me just a few
Ye-
seconds to introduce him?
Yes, please.
Mr. Lam spent some years with me in my politics, I must say. I met him first when he was at an associate degree level still.
Okay.
I don't want to be getting too partisan, but the reality of our lives is that we should support politics. It's a noble calling. And the Knox evidently came from a highly respected family like you too, Gregory. But
Yes,
they
I
were
do.
UDPs. But that doesn't suggest that because they were not respected.
Yeah,
But it is important to mention it that if we could only bring it back to where it was, that it doesn't become the divide that it is becoming.
exactly.
So here was Lennox Long, come out of a very distinguished family. Well, there's a combination of the Harringtons and Pitson. Anyhow, he was at the associate degree when I met him. He and his other
Okay.
colleagues. So they
Okay.
came to a meeting I had, and of course I welcomed them. And they start giving some criticism and some advice.
Okay.
And I decided to challenge them. I said, "Well, listen, this is in the Westland Diva area. We were having the meeting.
Yes.
So let us build a park in the sea onto the land, and we're going to give it in the dolphin park because the dolphins pass there in the evening."
Yes.
I said, "No, what I want to do is to challenge you young people to put that park together." And I must say they did it. They did a wonderful design. And it was from then Lennox and me became close. And from then we have been together. I went into politics more. I became minister. And
Mhm.
then Lennox came on board and he was in charge of NDAC. And he did an excellent job in NDAC. NDAC is the Department for Drugs, no? So try to prevent people using. So
Okay. Okay.
he
Okay.
did a wonderful job there. But
Okay.
then Lennox decided to move on. He wants to get into political science. And
Okay.
of course, he became a good friend of Hugo Chavez. And I think most of us in the Caribbean and Belize, I had a great admiration for him too. He was a good
Yes.
man, no doubt.
Yeah, and he was definitely a good compatriot for Belize, right? He provided us the Caribe loan program for the
That's right,
Petro
the
Caribe.
Petro
Yes.
Caribbean program.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So it was then I became to what I was reading about Venezuela, and then Lennox was giving me a more live update on Venezuela. And here we have him with us tonight. Hailing from St. Louis. Lennox, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Lamb. Thanks for stepping in this evening.
Good evening. Always a pleasure. Thank you for having me. I want to make some corrections to Joe's analysis and
Please
the
go ahead.
overview of me. Um, I pride myself to say that I am not from the diaspora. I am a full-fledged Belizean citizen
Yes.
who lives in Belize, but I work in the United States.
Okay.
Um, and so I because I travel home much more than most within the diaspora that live within the US jurisdiction. I try to keep my ties closer to home.
Yes.
Um, my political views, my political outlook is very Belize centric. And so for that reason, I just want to make those clarifications um, for that. But I did study, like Joe said,
Political science.
I did study politics and government in the wonderful Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Yes.
Um, under the I would say the tutelage, only because what Chavez at that time, Chavez was alive, and he was very much a part of what the educational and political revolution was in that region. So
Yes.
I do not shy away from that. I support um, that outlook as it regard to the region and
Yeah.
global politics.
Good.
And I'm happy to be here. Huh?
Well, thank you. Since you mentioned that, and since you're so close to it, I'm glad that you're here, because we are having so much issues right now from the United States perspective with Venezuela, and I was just wondering, what is your outlook with Maduro and the buildup of military naval forces in the area, and also the issue of Trinidad and Tobago giving consignment for the U.S. military to be present on their soil and probably a staging ground for some type of offensive in the region. Do you have any perspective on that in any way?
I'll have to be very brutally honest by saying I have not heard CARICOM's position, but I've heard the position of various independent Caribbean country.
Yes.
As a
Yes.
region, I do not think that we support, we like, or we appreciate the actions that are taking place within that region.
Right.
I think the actions of Trinidad is a unilateral decision by their government and not necessarily the posture of the Caribbean and the people of that region.
Right.
Now, when you ask me that question, I'll be very honest. I have close friends like real friends, like how me and Joe are close, who, if this situation becomes, and I'm being measured in my speech, if this becomes a all-out assault, a ground assault, I might have friends,
Hmm.
comrades, classmates that can
Right.
be injured because I studied with these people. I lived there.
Yeah.
I know exactly where the presidential palace is, which was a direct and intentional move by Chavez to bring the presidential presence within the arms and the hands of the average people.
Hmm.
So his palace is actually in a place called Miraflores, which is in one of the largest neighborhoods in Venezuela. Um, and so if a air attack happens, if a strike happens, there will be significant um, loss as it relates to humans and property of the average man.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the reason
Yeah.
he did that was not, it was in an effort to show the Venezuelan people that I am one of you and I
Yeah.
represent you.
And probably that government is accessible to them, right?
Exactly. So as the propaganda is out there, I think it's important for us to appreciate that his government, his style of government was to help the average person to access the power. So when we see what is happening, we have to embrace the fact that the average person will be harmed because of an action that is, in my mind, not one that reflects the posture and the leadership of a socialist government. They do not promote, from my experience, drug activities. They do not support illegal activities. So the narrative that is being spread by sections of the US political structure does not represent the reality of what socialists and people oriented governments support. And I guess that's my opinion on what's going on at this
Right.
time. No?
Yeah.
Let
Well,
me, so
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Mr. Corey.
I think this is an interesting matter for us to hold on to for a while because I think we could grow it into something that will better be able to help us to understand our beliefs. There was a period, as we all know, of beginning, I would say, with the Monroe Doctrine, and I think Lennox, you having a political historian, can help on this. And there was that period when the countries of this region was supposed to be subjugated to the United States.
Right.
And there was that period where many of those countries, Latin American, Central American countries, were practicing a very inhumane type of capitalism, stone hard capitalism, so to speak. And these countries benefiting many of the Americans' companies.
Right.
And these were happening at the expense of the masses of the people. So
Right.
then the period came when they decided that they will have enough of it. And it started, if I remember well, then again, it was Cuba.
Right.
And Cuba got rid of Batista.
Yeah.
And of course, Che Guevara went further to try to spread the revolution.
Right.
But was betrayed in Bolivia and he met his end there. But I think Cuba had lit the flame for countries to begin to seek a more independent position rather than they are being saddled by the United States concept of democracy.
Right. Right.
So there was a period indeed where they were going socialist through the whole of the Latin American countries. And I thought that it was a good idea for the reason that I am an advocate of socialism. I'm not against capital. No, of course not. I'm against too hard capitalism that want to subordinate human beings to capital. So I think capital is subordinated to human beings. So that was that period. And then I think friendly relations begin to develop between the United States and these countries. But it was on a different understanding,
Right.
with the sense that it is no longer for you to impose on us your philosophy
Yeah.
of democracy. We will have our own. But now, yes, the Hugo Chavez came and he has gone and Maduro has come. What we are hearing now, and I think Mr. Lam mentioned it, that they believe it's just fake narrative coming out of the US as to what is happening in Venezuela. But let's say that if the elections in Venezuela were not fair elections and Maduro did bring the elections, let's assume it is so as they are claiming, still would not support, I do not support the United States carrying out maneuvers for regime change
Yeah.
because what is happening in Venezuela is not compatible to their belief of democracy. I believe that if it is so that he's been rigging elections, I feel like if we continue to do what many of the CARICOM countries are trying to get done, and like we're joining with the Central and Latin American countries, that when we think we'll have our brother straying away from the flock and maybe abusing its people, we can try to sit around the table with him rather than try to use militarization, trying to use the big stick, which is what seems is happening and likely to happen in Venezuela now. I understand, I know true it is that they are giving consent to covert operations of the CIA with the
Yeah.
intent of regime change.
Yeah.
And now they are being intimidated with the militarization in the Caribbean.
Yes, yes.
So I share these things because at the end of the day, we should all be left to choose. And I strongly believe, I say I'm a believer in democracy.
Mhm.
I believe we
But
must.
it's not to be imposed by someone
No,
outside.
no,
Yeah,
no, no, no. I think that's it. If the
yeah,
people in a country who loves a particular dictator and they are satisfied with him, an
yeah,
authoritarian, but he's doing good for the people,
yeah.
and we have had that in the past. It's true. It's not necessarily all over the place, but you have had people who have come to office as in an authoritarian, but have done a lot of good for their countries.
Yes.
But I say my preference would be for democracy, but do not impose on others your philosophy of democracy and your philosophy of governance.
Yeah.
And that
And
is
I, yeah. And I think one of the what we saw recently was the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the
yeah,
opposition party leader, which I remember when President Obama accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. He said, "I don't." He kind of inferred, "I don't think I've done anything to actually receive this, but sometimes they're giving it in hope of trying to influence how things goes." So I kind of see this in a way that it is something of that nature. They're trying to push something and give her some standing in terms of we need to defend this position and this person. So I don't know if it's something contrived by the Nobel Peace Prize organization, if they were unduly influenced in some way in making this. I know nothing about the lady and what she has done, and whether she in fact deserve it for anything that she had done in the past. So I have to hold my reservation there, but I'm reminded of what President Obama said in his acceptance of that award.
Joe, I want to share something with you guys based on what you said, Joe, right? Who- President Hugo Chavez, there was the same rumors about legitimate elections within Venezuela. Venezuela has elections, presidential elections every 5 years, like we have in Belize. But in his short stint, did you know he faced an election in 2098, 2020, 2000, 2006, and 2012 because he wanted to show the world that regardless of what outside influence was saying, that he was a populist government. If we are to respect self-determination based on the interior political structures of a society, it's really unfair for us to support international narratives of whether countries have fair and outside elections. None of us, and you know this, Joe, as elected officials, that you have outside forces as well as internal forces who try to control your electoral process. I don't think if we looked at how the Americans look at their elections, they're very, very, very careful in ensuring that Russia doesn't get involved, this one doesn't get involved, China
Mhm,
doesn't get
mhm,
involved.
mhm.
That's their mantra.
Yeah.
So I have no regard for any country who thinks that they have the authority to interfere in
Another
internal
country.
electoral processes within countries' politics. I'm a political scientist.
Yeah.
And Joe, you know this, and I have friends within the United States. I do not engage, I do not speak, I do not interfere in their electoral process because I'm not a US citizen and I do not feel that I have the right to engage or to look at their system in any way.
Mhm, mhm.
So
and
for them or any other country to look at the processes within Venezuela or Belize or whatever country within the region and want to impose whether or not the process
Well, we're
right or
seeing that
fair.
same process, that same interference in Argentina as it happens right now, and real manipulation of some sort going on.
That is not, as a pure political scientist, I find it to be atrocious. And a basic principle, you do not engage. I lived in Venezuela, guys, and I saw their electoral process. I saw people believing in what this process can provide. I saw the opposition, but at the end of the day, I'll tell you, living there, the Venezuelan people are one of the most political sophisticated population in this region, that they will not take, the opposition or the present government will not take outside imposition in the governance of their society. So it's almost, if I was to give a recommendation, I would say to external forces, leave that system alone. That population is not a population that you interfere with. They're highly educated. They're highly, they believe in self-determination. They understand the wealth that their country has. They understand
Isn't that what
the
drives
stakes.
some of the actions of the West, though?
But the West will not be able to manipulate this regime or whichever regime they want to put in place. That population is not a population that you play with.
But
They're highly
let me,
educated.
let me
They're
ask you,
highly advanced. They're not going to give up their resources
Yeah.
or their power to to any other country but Venezuelans. They will not.
Yeah.
but let me put a position if I was to, let's say I was asked to advise.
Yes.
If you believe that your enemy is fabricating negative stories about you to abuse minds of your own people to go against you, because it is said that you rig elections. No.
Yes.
Wouldn't you think it would be advisable to disabuse those minds by getting maybe from CARICOM some outside observers of the election, and then let them put their
But
stamp of approval?
they do have CARICOM advisors, and they
No,
even
but they
had
never had. No,
they,
they never had. They were not there as observers for the elections.
for the
But
last
Joe,
one.
but
Oh,
Joe, I'm
No, they
saying to you, the Venezuelan people have no regard or respect for CARICOM observers, and they believe in self-determination.
no. Sorry.
but
Maybe I'm not
let's
getting.
back up a minute. Let's back up just a little minute, though,
Yeah, yeah.
because when Hugo Chavez first came into power, it was under U.S. supervised or observed election, because Jimmy Carter was part of that observation team that saw that.
Yes.
That is very true. Hugo
Yes.
Chavez, there was no doubt that Hugo Chavez had the popular support of the masses. I don't think anybody was questioning that in the United States.
Yeah.
What is being questioned now is that Maduro is rigging elections. I am saying then to disabuse those minds of people who believe these falsifications, then bring in independent observers. Lennox's response is that the Venezuelan people are so independent minded to the point that they would want that. I would say do it.
But
Especially,
Joe, but independent observers of elections watch all the time
I never
outside. Oh,
who are the, we have it in Belize. We have
in all elections, the UN, the OAS watches these elections.
all right.
I have not. I
What
have
was
not seen. One
what
second,
was
Joe.
the position of the
Joe,
OAS? Uh,
I have not seen any outside observers from an independent observer's perspective that have said that the elections are not fair. We have two or three countries who refuse to recognize that their democracy, their the selection. But no agency have got up and said, and we can fact check it.
Yeah, I would
Which
like.
agency have said that the elections are not fair? Who said it?
No, let's fact check it if you could, somebody. I don't know how quick you will get it done, but my recollection is that I was waiting to hear from independent observers or from friends of Venezuela to come to the defense and said that we were quite satisfied with those elections. They were not rigged elections. So all I was saying to you all is that I've not heard of any independent, or let me call it independent, but friendly countries coming in to do an observation of your election. I don't see anything wrong with it. Was there one in this case? Was there not?
I don't know if there was one in this case, but I know in the first election with Maduro, and I know in Chavez's election there were independent observers in those elections. I don't things have shifted quite a bit since, because this whole program of trying to remove Maduro started in the second Bush in the Bush administration. I remember some issues when they actually thought that the opposition and the military had moved against Maduro's government and had in fact was successful, and they were already praising it out of Washington when they realized that whatever they were hoping for did not proceed the way they had intended. What we probably see here is just a game for resources. We know that just as in the United States, there's the one percenter that seem to want to have claim on everything. And I don't know how true all that is, because I've never visited Venezuela or had the appreciation of working with them in any way like that. But it seems that it is all an orchestration by an elite group, similar to what we see in Cuba, where they want to gain control of the resources and exploit it for their own personal gain, and disregard the vast majority of the citizens of Venezuela. What I have trouble with right now, I know, is all the sanctions has made Venezuela a very desperate country. Its citizens are fleeing. They're seeking amnesty in the United States, and I can't quite understand this two-legged stool we have, where we say we support Venezuela so much, but then we're moving on this mass deportation of Venezuelan citizens and denying them some of the passes that they were granted for temporary stay. So that's a little bit confusing
All
in
right.
terms of.
All right,
Can I?
guys, I have some information here, Joe. Washington Office for Latin America,
Mhm.
Due Process of Law Fundamentals, Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, Center for Justice of International Law, CVIC, Global Center for Responsibility and Projects, International Commerce Commission for Justice, and the World Organization Agency and the Human Rights Watch. Those are the organizations that has
Supervise the elections.
that has issues with the
Oh,
elections.
oh,
I
okay.
don't know. I don't know who.
No, they have an issue with the elections, right?
Yes,
No,
those are the ones, Joe.
let
But
me show you
those
the one.
agencies, I don't know what are their credentials, where they come from,
No,
who's backing them. But
but you see what you are looking for is for those who have some criticisms and some doubt
yes,
about the election. I am not looking for that. I am looking for whether, and this is what I find, it's a concern over fairness grows as Venezuela blocks observers. You don't want observers to come for the elections, and that's my concern I have. You see,
but Joe, Joe, but the issue with that is, Joe,
let
the
me share,
issue with, go ahead.
all right, let me share something with you. And I know sometimes these shows can get a little bit controversial. I don't go for sweeping general statements, whether for or against a country. I prefer to have them evidence based. I have listened to leaders right today currently making statements, even in the East, and they make general statements. There is no doubt this was one of the freest and fairest elections this country have ever had. No, that's what a person can say. Now he's asked, where is the evidence? You don't have any evidence. Another one can say, this was one of the worst elections. There was corruption, there was this and that. I asked him, where is the evidence? There is no evidence. I believe that when we are discussing matters of such significance, when it comes to democracy and who are to be blamed for what doing wrong, I think there needs to be evidence-based. I strongly believe in evidence-based opinions, and not just because of my biases there. I just come and make statement. I am looking to see, because my recollection of what was against Maduro was because he did not allow observers to come in.
Joe, the issue with observers, right? And you have to understand, who are these independent observers? Who are funding these agendas? And so one of the concerns with those countries and countries that are deemed to be opposing to capitalist or leftist principles, they're always probably, I would say they're sometimes they're over protective of outside interference.
But
One second, Joe. One second. We can't sit here and say that you have influences within this region or in the world that tries to push agendas. And at the end of the day, every single country, if we look at the United States today, and United States is about United States, their people and their agenda. And does that impact their foreign policies? Yes. So when a country, if you're sending me observers whose interest is not necessarily in democracy, but how democracy serves their interests, I don't want them on my territory.
Yeah, but let me ask, I'll force myself.
Once again, who is independent, Joe?
No, but the statements you are making, I think, are erroneous, and I must say that. And I'm saying
All right.
let me tell you why they're erroneous.
Yes.
If Russia and China were to be the observers for elections in Venezuela, that would not be independent and impartial observation.
Okay.
If the United States were to become the observer for the election in Venezuela, I don't think it would be impartial either.
Yes.
Now, look what we do among the CARICOM countries. We allow other CARICOM countries to come to other countries for observe elections.
Yes, we do.
To me, I would ask the question: you are telling me that there is nobody in the world that you believe can go into a country and observe the elections, and then can leave with what they saw happen and write about it?
And I'm saying to you, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Now, what you are suggesting to me,
George, I'm saying the list. I'm saying to you, the list of the groups that had issues are not reputable or known election observers.
Yeah, but I want to answer that quickly.
And let me. When I was there, Joe, I was there. I was there for 3 elections prior to 3 of Chavez's elections. I left because of how volatile the election situations are in that country. I am saying to you that these organizations who do we expect to do independent and objective observations?
But what I'm asking you, if I could come back, Mr. Lam.
Yes.
I don't want to hear about those who have condemned the elections and said that it was not free and fair election. No. I want to hear from those who said that it was a free and fair election. Who said it? Who endorsed it outside? Who outside of Rome.
Every single country outside of the few countries who did not acknowledge the decision of the people.
All right, which countries did that?
I can pull it up for you if you give
Well,
me a
I guess
minute.
you could
Yeah,
probably go from the people that probably attended
but all I am asking
the
is something
swearing
very
in of the
simple. I
president.
need to go down too far into it. That's simple. Do you see any problem if they were to have observers? Not from the United States, not from China, not from. But suppose they were to say, listen, we invite the CARICOM countries because the CARICOM countries are defending Venezuela right now. And
Oh,
actually, yeah, the CARICOM countries, are, well, individually and collectively, they are beginning to state their position.
Yeah,
In other words, do not come into the region and intimidate. There's another way it can be done with these military equipments.
yeah,
So the CARICOM countries are not supporting what the United States is doing in the region right now.
yeah.
So
It's a
all I'm saying is that I think Venezuela, whatever we may feel about Maduro, I think the CARICOM countries, including Belize, still see Venezuela as a friendly country to us.
yes,
Now, if you believe, if Belize was to say by, I don't think it was a free and fair election. I don't think we should say that. We should, we say what that. And that's the point I could agree with. We are not to interfere, but all I'm saying then, if countries that are supposed to be friendly to Venezuela, they must know whether in fact they give enough transparency to their elections. Would it not be better for them? If you know that you are popular, if you know you can win this election, bring in friendly people from within the region who are maybe not supportive of your philosophy or your type of ideology. And that's all I was
Uh,
trying to get over.
Joe, so Russia, let me read the countries that accepted the results. Russia, China, Cuba, Bolivar, Honduras, Nicaragua, Iran, Syria, Siberia, Ghana, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the prime ministers of these CARICOM countries, Turkey. The
Well,
ones who reject, the ones who rejected it, the
I
ones
was
who
asking
reject,
that. I was
the
asking.
one, Joe, the ones who rejected it, United States, European Union and the UK, Canada, Argentina, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Panama, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia.
All right, there are countries which are more neighbors to Venezuela. There are
Yes.
Latin American countries, and if they
Yes.
yeah.
rejected it, I knew they did. They rejected it, but
Mhm.
I wasn't trying to convince anybody as to which country supported and which country rejected. That's not
Yeah,
the issue for me. My
yeah,
issue was that if so many of your countries that are supposed to be neighbors to you and friendly to you within the one region had objected to the results of the elections, I am saying then to disabuse their minds and maintain your friendship with them, then have observers from these same countries.
I'll be devil's advocate. No, we saw what happened in the Middle East. How much countries rejected and spoke ill about the situation between Palestine and Israel.
124 countries objected to it. When the vote was at the General Assembly in the United Nations,
yeah.
124 countries voted against
And
Israel.
so what? And my point to you is this: what actions were done to ensure that the two-state regime was put in place and the war was stopped? After,
Because,
uh-huh.
because, Mr. Lam, the United Nations evidently is not what we would have wanted it to be because of the Security Council.
No, we're
So,
not talking about that, Joe. We're talking about countries supporting and rejecting regime actions and behaviors.
but then
So
you're asking,
you're asking me to accept that the entire the 90% of the United Nations rejected an action, But the same countries who is opposing Venezuela's position supports the actions of one state. Me and the world should decide, okay, well, I'm intentionally silent, Joe.
I'm trying to follow the rationale you are
The
using.
rationale is that people vote and accept certain things. The powers that control societies accept and tolerate and encourage certain actions that they deem is in line with their local policies. It has nothing to do with whether or not the people of these societies are being directly or indirectly affected by the actions.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit.
A little
I'm
bit
not
what?
clear. I'm
I,
not
I,
clear.
I don't think we're going to reach any type of more closure on this. There are a couple of things I wanted to also
Yeah,
look at. We've been having this constant crisis of domestic violence, and most of the time the women are at the worse end. And in this case that we just recently saw, a little child was part of this calamity of this type of violence. I'm just wondering, in Belize, what can we do to kind of bring a little bit better harmony, um, in families, and probably in this society, that people would not be so reckless as to just put a building on fire and burn. What total disregard we now have for life. We see it every day. Any thoughts on anything like that?
let me ask you a question that to try to get an answer.
Okay.
We have a population of about 400,000 people.
Yes.
What percent of this population is behaving the way that man behave? Well, like that house on fire and kill those three people. How many of them do
Well,
that?
I think it's a very small percentage, but I think with it, we have seen within this year alone about 4 or 5 cases of real grievous harm, or resulting in even death, uh, from domestic violence. So I'm
Let,
just
let me
wondering
let
if
me give my answer. Sorry, yeah, I put the question to get an answer, and you gave me the answer. So
yes.
let me give you what I think should be done. If you look at what I call transgressions of social human behaviors, yes, you have the gangs, you have the murderers, you have this heinous behavior of this burning of these people. I believe that there is a vicious cycle we have entered in from a virtuous cycle as we were. And I keep saying this, we were in a virtuous cycle. I think we have gone into a vicious cycle. So therefore, we need to begin to look at the cause, the root cause. What we seem to have been doing over these years, government's been doing it, both governments. They are addressing symptoms.
Hmm. Hmm.
So when they wanted to bring a 13 proposal amendment, it is simple again to address symptoms.
Right.
So you put more boots on the ground, you put more this. What we need to
Career
do
freedom. Yeah.
is
Yeah.
to address the root cause.
Hmm.
Begin with the cradle at the cradle, begin in the families. That's where we should be putting money to try to grow children that have respect for the principles of human rights. We need to grow them that way because we were one time, and that's to me is where I think governments are slipping upon. If you look at the budget, Mr. President, Mr. Lam, when you look at the budget with a capital expenditure of maybe 30, 40%, and building roads, 150 million roads, I'm not saying we don't need them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
every budget, any sensible budget in the world has three fundamental principles that guide it. One, it has to be priority. Two, the affordability. And three, economy and efficiency. A development of a country is not a destination, it's a journey we're on. Just like
Yes.
reform. Reform is not a destination, Reform is a journey. Every country is on a journey. You don't have to build those amount of roads that you're building. Take some of that money and put it into human rights, into families,
Human
put it into
capital.
requirements. And
Yeah.
I believe your returns will be higher.
Mhm.
And that's my point. I think the budget is not geared towards addressing the causes of these problems. And that is what I'm saying.
And is that basically that we're looking at a speedy growth in terms of right now we see tourism as a beacon that we want to achieve a certain level. And so we are saying let's build all this infrastructure and we'll attract more and then we'll do these necessary societal development needs. Because I remember when they started some of the tourism sort of initiative, a part of the funding was supposed to go to help the social infrastructure of the country. I don't know if if that promise have been followed through or kept by any of our governments of recent or any at any point since that gesture was made. And so we end up with, like you said, with this deficit of society's needs. And yeah, we have pretty roads, but soon if we're not taking care of our social issues and we become just a terrible place to be, the tourists themselves will stop. And then what happens to the roads that we built? You see? So, as a political scientist, how do you see this, Salam?
I think we have to appreciate that certain things within the society, we just, as a government, we have limitations. How do we legislate? How do we govern? How do we police domestic violence? How do we police? How do we legislate? How do we control love, interfamily disputes, quarrels, fights? It's a travesty. We can put stronger laws on the books to try to deter people from committing offenses. And in some cases, it works. I think Joe alluded to a more social, biblical consciousness within our society. But I think it's unfair for us to look at the situations that has happened with these isolated internal family actions to look at it and say, wow, this is the fault on the society or it's a fault on the government. We we will try, and I think the government is doing a good job to mitigate these type of stuff. But how do you administratively, structurally stop someone who feels empowered and passionate about what his partner have done to him to act in a violent way? How do we expect the society to solve that?
Yeah.
I think we're asking too much of
I
the government and the society, more so than to understand these are some of the nuances that every single society has to deal with.
Yeah. But we don't know what the social strains are on the individuals and whether the government could make resources available. I'm not talking of
For
just
love,
your financial, but I'm
for
talking of
love,
counseling.
no, my
But
thing for love, he after listening, he feels that his partner does not want to be with him anymore. How do we fix that from a
let,
governmental standpoint?
well, let me share with you how you fix it. First of all, do not treat these things as if though they are inevitable. To do that, you are into the despair of governance. You don't despair. Look at the Human Development Index, which I think is highly credible in the world. Look at the countries that are at the top in the Human Development Index. So there are countries that have succeeded. Every country on the the richest man in the world, the billionaires, have limitations. That is why the science of economics was developed, because of limitation. The billionaire, the multi-billionaire limitation is his lifespan. So you have to decide what you can do while alive. So everybody got limitations. I do not use limitation as no excuse for a state failure. The state fails when it cannot address the primary concerns of human beings. Is one, to at least be able to eat, to have clothing, to have a shelter, to have a reason to live, to have a mother, to have a father, to have an environment where you can go into and socialize, to go to parks where you can play, go down to the river where you can fish and swim, and then watch TV in the evening. These are basic things that human beings expect to have. And we need to find a way to give it, and we can.
Joe, this man wanted the woman to love him. How do you expect my society or my government to legislate that?
No, I didn't say that. No. Let me make that point extremely clear, because I had a long discussion on that already, coming out of that referendum in Kikaka. The state does not legislate private morality.
Exactly.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not the state to legislate that.
Yeah.
So how do we fix that, Joe?
That's what I'm going to tell you how you're going to fix it. That's what I'm telling you. Private morality is a different issue. The state legislates public morality.
Yes.
No, when you are dealing with public morality, it's simple when you interfere with someone else's rights. Now, let's come back. Who do we expect to raise our children? Who expect to raise them? Who you expect to raise our children?
Joe, you ask me a question? Joe,
children are to be raised by
Joe,
their parents. That's what
Joe, the last time our society dealt with a domestic violence that dealt with burning and the burning and the losing of a life was when Miss Param burned her husband.
But
That's all. Let me finish. That's almost over 50 years ago. Why are we screaming and hollering over an occurrence that happened every 50 years?
Yeah, but then you're missing.
Leave my government to govern. What you guys are doing?
No, you're missing the point again, Relax.
So you don't think there's any social responsibility?
There's no response. The last time this happened in my society was when Miss Param burned her husband.
But Mr. Lam, I'm saying to you,
we're doing good.
No, man, I am not here to dramatize the burning of that house. And I agree that we should not. That's an isolated matter. I am not addressing that.
Come on.
I am not addressing the burning of a house. That's where I'm missing it. I am talking about the society at large. That what we are seeing in Belize is definitely a rise in a rise in terms of crime.
That is not true, Joe. Yes, Joe. No, Joe, you're right. You're right, but not.
Let me tell you why I am right, and I know for a fact I am right. You see, what you call crimes is only the ones that were brought to the court and they're convicted. When you look at a person being convicted for marijuana because they have too sick, what about the white collar crimes that are not convicted? When they rip off public funds that should have gone to our children?
That's our next discussion, Joe. We could have that.
Now it must happen right in the same discussion.
No, but we can. But let us
saying that
Joe, we can. But the discussion started as it relates to the domestic issue that happened with the burning.
Yes, but I think I
and so let us wrap it up. Let us wrap it up and say,
I am not
as a society we are doing well. 1 in every 50 years. 1 in every 50, that's good.
But recently we also saw the shooting.
I'm not talking about that. If you want to use that on a 1 every 50 years, fine. 1 every 100 years, fine. It's not that. I said to Mr. Morrison that when you raised it, I mentioned, I thought you were listening. I said I would not just take that out of context and use that. I am talking about the general behavior of the society.
There seems to be an uptick in domestic violence. Either we are being made more aware of it.
Well, there is an uptick. There is. That's a fact. Because it was in the news tonight, and the ministry responsible, the Ministry of Development, Human Development, they did come on there and admitted that there is an increase and they need to address it. So it's a fact it is an increase. But it's not just that I wanted to talk about, but it's a fact, you are right. It is an increase.
So there's
And
Joe.
I do believe, to take exception to Mr. Lamb, I do believe that government has a role and a responsibility to address it in many ways. We can address it through criminal laws, but we can also address it through social outreach, which could be counseling for families, which could be any of those issues that could relieve some of the stress on families that cause them. You can't mess with somebody's heart. If they don't love you, they don't love you. And going towards
I do listen to me. I do believe that the government is making a good response. I do believe that we have had,
what good response do you see the government made?
and I'm going to get into it for you.
Okay.
We have a domestic violence unit at the police station.
Mhm.
I do know that they come out, they arrest. I do understand that the judiciary, especially at the magistrate level, tries their best
Mhm.
to quell these situations, lock these people up.
Yeah.
We're doing the best we can.
I know we have a family court, a family magistrate
Yes,
court.
we have, and I know there's legislation in process, and we are addressing this issue.
But Mr.
And
Lam,
but Joe, that is not, is to me, it's not an indication of an uptake in the amount of crimes. What we're looking at, the country has significantly ballooned in population. The society has significantly ballooned in the migration and the demographics of who lives in our country. We have to understand that when your country grows, all these things come along with it.
but I
And the
don't.
government, one second, Joe, and the government, in my mind, is moving at a light pace to try to deal with all these concerns. But because of the media, social media, and how these things are reported and discussed, it seems like the house is burning.
I
But
take it.
what is your, once again, and what is your reference point? 20 years ago? What was the population 20 years ago?
I
What
don't
was
think.
our demographics 20 years ago?
I don't think that the factors that you are putting in
Come
is
on.
factors that no. Let me show you why. Let me tell you why. You said a while ago that you think the government is doing good. And
Yes.
yes, you hold on, I got finish. I don't believe you have any evidence to support why the government is doing good. But let's give it the benefit of the doubt that it's doing good. Then you turn around in a few words after saying this, you say the government is doing its best. I disagree with that for sure. No, you can say it's doing good, but is it doing its best? That is when we are beginning to evaluate. Mr. Lam, no, you are coming into a field that is my expertise, and just political science. When you're evaluating the performance of a government, you have methods to evaluate them. We always had methods to evaluate the performance of business. In business, we measure by the profit. We have international standards to measure those things, just like how we have standards to measure 36 inches to the yard. Now, in the 80s, 90s, the world has developed what they call the MPM, a new public management, where today they can evaluate performance of governments. The failure we are making, and the guy, the professor, did have to go back to him, who wrote that we ranked number 3 at the lowest in, we are the poorest. The reason why he said that is because he was taking the figures in its totality. And it's when you're going to, you see, if you want to, let's say you are a partisan person, and the party that you support in government, they have a thing that they call statisticating. And what you can do, you can say that to people who do not know better, and they may believe you.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the government is doing good, all right, first you have to tell me, where to measure it against. Then in a few sentences after, you tell me the government is doing its best. Now, how do you know it's doing its best? How do you tell? Your child passed at 70. The other one passed at 80. And you always say to your child, you know something? I think you are doing your best. You made a pass mark. And that's the failure we are making. When we become too partisan on both sides, we tend to not want to evaluate performance from a professional standpoint. not a partisan bias sometimes. We need to begin to evaluate the performance of the state. Question now to you, Mr. Lam, as the political scientist.
Please.
What is the responsibility of the state, the government? Tell me what you see that.
As it relates to domestic violence?
No. On a whole, the purpose of the state. What is the responsibility of the state? Why is it that we have a government or a state where the people pay taxes for them to manage their affairs? What is that responsibility?
You answer the question, Joe. They pay the taxes for the management of the state.
Yes, but I'm asking you, if I pay you, the CEO of my business, I know exactly where to pay off it though.
Yes.
Yes, I know how to pay off and manage my business. No,
Yes.
I will have one report come out quarterly. And then at the end of the year, I will get one and I'll get it audited. And then I can measure your performance.
So Joe, you're paying me, Joe, I'll give you a belief scenario.
No, but
I'm answering your question, Joe. You are paying me $10 to produce 500 Johnny Cake. Because we have to appreciate, Joe, our tax base, based on our population, does not allow you to pay me to produce that much Johnny Cake. So what my state has to do is to figure out how best we produce enough Johnny Cake, not the 10,000 Johnny Cake you want, what you can pay for with your tax base.
But then
you're asking me to manage.
I'm going to answer that question because I believe that the responsibility of any government is the protection of the welfare of its citizens. That's its primary responsibility.
Yes, you're 100% right.
And the reason why I was asking the question, gentlemen, if you do not know the responsibility of the state, you cannot evaluate the state.
But Joe, there's a cost. Joe, there's a cost to manage the state.
The state, you cannot evaluate its performance.
But Joe, there's a cost to manage the state.
Yes, but how you are brought about the cost? So you are in my field.
Good. Yes. So let's dance in your field. Yes. Let's go right in your field.
Listen to me, I can tell you how you do it, right?
Yes.
Now, let's use the 10% or the 100 persons.
Yes.
Evidently, there will be some who are working.
Yes.
Therefore, those who are working will be able to pay taxes.
Yes.
Now, that is what you call the principle of the principle of solidarity.
Yes.
It's saying that you who can afford to pay or who can afford to pay. Now, the purpose of the state is to see how we can get more and more people working, to see how we can get more and more people get a living wage.
Yes.
How we can grow an economy. Hold on. Now, as the economy is growing and you are investing the money in the best, most prudent way, you will continue to grow the pie.
Yes.
Eventually, you will move from a third world country to a first world, which is what Finland did, Sweden did, Norway did, Singapore did, South Korea did. All these countries did it.
All those countries you just stated, Joe, has a declining population.
Not true. Not totally. Just the other day I was looking at the population of countries, and there are one or two countries that were declining.
One and two, Joe. Most
of the European countries.
All those European countries have a declining population.
But he mentioned Singapore in Asia, which does not have a declining, and they have a very young population.
That's right.
But this is a very old society.
No, you know what the concern should be?
We are listen, guys. We gotta be real. We are a 43-year-old democracy. Every country that Joe listed just now is over 200 years.
The country doesn't have to go through these growing pains to.
You have to go through these growing pains. What do you think you develop?
No, I do not agree with you. I agree with Mr. Morrison.
Come on, guys.
Hold on.
Come on, guys. Being unfair.
That's a big mistake some people make. Don't not say that boy, we are the 40 years old, you have to expect it. No, we are more than 40 years old. Because there are countries who have gone through things that we learn from. So we don't have to go through them. So not tell me you cannot measure a state performance by the amount of years it has.
independence,
So do not
political
do that. That's
independence.
another
No,
error you're making. Don't do that
no,
because
no.
I can learn. I don't have to go through something that you gone through. You are
Yeah,
successful.
learning is not it's not
So
just
I don't
linear,
have,
right?
right. I don't have to exactly. That's the word linear. And it's not. The development at the state is
So
very
guys, name Joe. List a 41-year-old country within our demographics that is doing better than Belize. List
Well,
one. List one.
but we don't have to be that example
I
of
agree, but list
doing bad.
one.
No, there are many reasons
I
why we're doing
so
bad.
what happened. I don't want to take a position that I am trying to prove to you that there are countries that we are the worst in. I won't do that. No, no.
We're not the worst.
No, no, no. For me, I want to be dispassionate and I want to be objective when I'm evaluating my country. I
Yes.
don't want to be doing it without evidence base. Because
Yes.
the more you do it out of partisan and emotional thing, the less chances of developing. For a person to succeed in life, gentlemen, he has to know where he made a mistake. Nobody succeeded without making mistakes. But the person who make mistakes and fail is because they don't learn from their mistakes. So the development of a country is a journey. It's not a destination.
Thank you.
And we have so many things that we can learn from. So I would say this: we need to take a step back, learn first what is the responsibility of the state, learn how to measure the performance, and then we can make our opinions heard.
Or you guys are making some comparative analysis that puts my state and you guys state in a bad light. You're
That's not
not
what.
No,
objectively,
no,
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 you
no,
no,
guys
no,
are not objectively analyzing my
no,
state.
no, 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 no. I wasn't doing that for
no,
sure. I was
no,
not making
no,
a
no.
comparative.
I'm not doing
No,
that. I'm not doing that.
I was not making a comparative analysis to
No.
show a failure. If
Yeah,
I made a comparative analysis, it will show you why we should not have failed.
yeah.
It's
Because
because
they're learning
let me give
examples
you
to,
another.
to
Let
go
me give you
by.
a historical fact, and this is a fact. This is historical. In the 1670s, when we came together, before we gone into CARICOM, remember we had the West Indian
Caribbean.
Federation to fail.
Yeah,
We
we
just
had
say
Caribbean.
all the countries of the Caribbean, CARICOM countries, they had the same development policy like the Asiatic countries, which was one, we were to go for fiscal incentive, we were to go to import restrictions, we had to go to quantitative restrictions, and we had to go import substitutions. The
Mhm.
Singapore, the Taiwan, and all of them
Yeah,
were adopting the same economic development policies.
yeah,
The only difference between us and them, because they had larger populations, they could have
yeah,
gone immediately into export. We had to go for import substitution first. And this country was making progress. And that report that came out the other day from that Oxford graduate that did the study on this country and using the same figures, he said that in the first 20 years, and this is important, Mr. Lennox,
hmm
he said in the
hmm
first 20 years of independence, the country was moving forward.
yeah,
He said we did. He said, and it's the last 20 years since that we have gone backward. That's
yeah,
what he said here. So
yeah,
the
yeah,
point I wanted to make is that my comparison I'm making is not to try to show that, no, I make the comparison because I want to show that if it can be done by them, it can be done by us. I want to tell the world that we Belizeans have the talents and we have it within us to develop these talents and turn them into skills. No country in this world, I would say, only some countries like Jamaica with the genetics make them could run far and so. But apart from that, these Belizeans have as good talents as any in the world. But we need to know how now to
Actually, for a long time, they had always said that Belize had superior talent and
that's right.
capabilities, and I think we have seen that even for a small population, how our people succeed when they travel abroad and participate in whether it's sports or intellectual activities, that how they perform. But I want to also step on something else. Um, and that is Belize being the bill that the government just recently passed, allowing Belize to be a third party for accepting individuals that I call them undesirable to the United States, and now taking them up into Belize. And I have some questions about it because I do would have hoped that the government would have been more transparent to the people, telling them why they did it. I know there must have been some pressure from the United States to move in that direction. What incentive they offered to sort of help us along in this path, and how much would they be willing to accept on a yearly basis, and how will they screen those individuals in the choices that they have to making this acceptance, and then how will that affect the rights of other Belizeans? Because we have one of the problem people face when they go to the lands department is that we don't have the funds, or we haven't surveyed the property, and therefore you can't get a piece of land. Now, that is, if they're bringing these people in by the hundreds, by the thousands, they'll need to find places for them. So how are we going to make those type of accommodations with the budgets we have, with the resources we have, and how will that affect and disenfranchise other Belizeans that who have been lining up for years to try and get a piece of land to do some development? If you guys have any points on that, please share them.
I would say that the concerns you express are legitimate concerns. And I believe if the government had been more transparent, you wouldn't have to be holding these concerns, because I think they have answers to them. I don't think it's any sinister move. I don't think it's a very backward or non-developmental move the government is making. I simply believe that the government should have been more transparent, as you're right to say, and tell us what they are doing. From what I heard, and I just begin to get some information on it today, they are talking only about 10% a year, which is nothing much.
Oh,
I cannot believe it. But what I would think will happen is this. Evidently, the United States is trying to get away from having that burden of them coming there for asylum and waiting for processing and whatnot. So they are asking other countries to accept. Like in our case, we will get from the CARICOM. We will only accept from CARICOM countries and Central American countries, except Guatemala, and then I think a few are South American. So that's what we will be doing. Conceptually, I support the idea that if we could in fact come and be transparent, it can also be, and this is all the underlying issue we could have. If we are doing it to help people out in, for example, in the CARICOM countries and the Central American countries, and they are willing to finance for it for us, it could be helpful to us. And
yes.
especially, who knows, we might end up staying right here because they might be very productive people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying this because there was the period in the civil wars in Central America, which was in the 60s, 70s, and we had thousands of them came over, thousands that were living in Belize, illegal. And it was the United States, through the United Nations Development Program, work with Belize to give them the amnesty and legalize them. But they put up the money for it. They did put up, they financed it. No, we never had to find the money. So I take it that whatever we'll be doing to assist the US, which by extension we're assisting the FC people looking for asylum. So I think that your point is well taken, that with some transparency, I think it will have removed this cynicism and the doubts that could come from it. But the concept is one I think we could discuss. What do you think?
So, guys, we have always had in Belize, we have our asylum. We are chartered. We're members of the United Nations. Any citizen from anywhere in the world that comes to our shores can file for asylum, and based on those agreements, we will facilitate them locally.
But that's
There
different
is
than
no.
having, but Mr. Lamb, that's quite different, and that's understood.
I'm going to touch that. I'm going to
Okay.
get there.
Okay.
So we never needed. I don't think the Belizean government and the Belizean society needs to assist a society that has the resources, the space, and the wealth to support their asylum seekers. We, like what Joe said, we took in thousands
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
people from Central America. We
Yes.
do our part. We do our part every single day
Mhm.
in this section. What we're doing, in my mind, is posturing to a political agenda of a present regime which is not necessarily popular within their own society and within the rest of the world. We should have said to the Americans, listen to me, we do this every day. And if they come on our shores, we will do what we have to do. This is not something we need to do to align with your agenda. And this goes back to what sovereign states do. What is being done within the US and this immigration fiasco that's taking place here? It's a unilateral political move by this administration, which wreaks havoc, fear, discontent within their population and the international population. And we had no need to be a part of it. Because Belize, because of the volume that we have taken from Central America, and with this new agreement we signed with CARICOM, we have open door policies. We did not need to be a part and a parcel of a policy that is not. This is only a partisan political policy of this present administration. This is not a long term or a humanitarian move. This is
3 years. Yes, 3 years. Only for 3 years.
we signed on to. Are we supporting the Republican government's position on immigration, or are we supporting a human rights United Nations policy on accepting asylum seekers? And that's
But
the
don't you
question we
think?
should be
Don't you
asking our
think? Don't
government.
you think we? Don't you think we accepted this position under some level of duress? It's not. I don't
I don't
believe
know
this
why they
was.
did it. I can speak to why it was
I,
done.
I don't believe it is duress. But I would say that may could appear to be duress. It could be a quid pro quo.
Well,
It is a quid pro quo, meaning that
yeah, yeah, yeah.
The United States decided to support us in something. Now I want you
Yes,
to help us in this. Now if
yeah.
we go to do it, and it's not overwhelming in terms of the population, and it's just holding them till they could clear them for asylum. I would
Well,
say, boy,
that is where we need. That is where we need the hands of our
exactly,
government to
exactly. That's what
approach
I'm
the
saying. I
people.
agree with you. I agree with you with the transparency. And
Yes,
let's give some legitimate concerns, which a lot of people are giving, because
yes,
they are not getting enough information. So what
yes,
we're beginning to see. Uh-huh.
Believe we have porous borders and we are a welcoming people. This
yes.
is not an issue for us.
Right.
But what it does is to send a message to the international community. Not that Belize is an opening, welcoming society, is that we're posturing to a
Yes.
partisan political position, which can, in my mind, can put us at more jeopardy with foreign allies because we're
Well,
aligning with a political policy that is not even a universal policy within the United States. It was unnecessary in my mind.
You think it's only Belize they are asking, or don't you think the other
No, no,
countries?
it's Joe. It's not. It's a political policy that has been pushed by this present administration. America has built their society on immigrants and the immigrant population, be it illegal or not. This is an immigrant society.
yeah.
Don't you think that, let me see if we understand it correct. Don't you think that they want us to be like a holding area while they are processing them? Is that what it's
Joe, they have enough resources.
speaking to
Joe, they
them?
have land, resources and infrastructure to hold millions of people.
Now I'm
We
saying,
we we just spoke about we can't even deal with the issues of domestic violence. Do we have the infrastructure to deal with anything else? Come on.
yeah, but what I'm asking, Mr. Lam, is that how many people will we be accepting for the year?
It doesn't matter, Joe. This is political posturing. We
Let's say,
don't need that.
let's
But yeah,
say,
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Lamb. And maybe it is. I figure it was under some level of duress, maybe not as extreme as some may think. But maybe Mr. Cowie is right. Is that it's just a sort of one for one. You give me this, I give you that.
It's
Sort
political posturing, yes.
sort of exchange. But
well,
but I
sorry, go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
But I do think that it does. We
Joe,
don't.
guys, do you understand? Do you understand that people, guys, do you understand that people are being picked up, stripped of their human rights, civil rights, placed in inhumane holding situations, and then sent off to places unbeknown to them, which is a human rights violation?
I know that is happening right now. Yes, it
So
is.
then, so how do you feel? How do you feel? I never set out to seek asylum in Belize. I set out to seek asylum here.
And
Is
they
it
will,
fair for me to be picked up and stored? If I wanted asylum in Belize, I've gone to Belize. We are facilitating human trafficking.
I don't understand it to mean that Belize will be giving them asylum. No.
No, but we're facilitating human trafficking. People are being moved against their will under illegal. This is U.S. court speaking. Under
But
illegal detention, illegal apprehension, illegal exploitation, sent to foreign countries. Do
yeah,
we want to be a part of this?
yeah, but let me come back to something
Come
that
on.
I think we need to understand. You go to America. How do you go through the process, the legally accepted process of seeking asylum in America? What do you do?
I do not know, Joe. You're
I
missing the
think you
point.
just show up. You just show up at the border station,
And claim that you are
and,
seeking asylum.
you claim that you want asylum, and they're supposed to give you certain type of documentations.
And privileges and access.
Yeah,
They're picking, Joe. The federal courts in America, there's a whole plane load of people that they're told to bring back.
No, I know this. No, I know. Those are facts. We're hearing about it every day on the news.
Yes, so how can we as a law-abiding society be part and parcel of this?
No, well, I'm saying to you that here they come to America. All right, they're seeking asylum. What will they do? They will send them to Belize to await processing. Is that what they will be doing?
that's where I need our government to tell us
Thank
exactly
you.
what the
Exactly.
conditions are of these people that are coming.
They're not
Whether
like, they're
they're
not like the one. They're not like the one left. Let's say
Right.
Salvador,
Yeah.
and they will come to Belize seeking asylum in the U.S. Is that what it
Uh-huh.
is? Or is that they will be picked up in the U.S. and sent to
Uh-huh.
Belize while they wait to be processed?
Yeah.
And that's how they
I-
those are some of the
Yeah,
things we need to
that's
understand.
what I'm not quite sure whether the US is just saying we don't want these people, you can have them, or whether it is that process that you're talking about where they're put there for a interim while their application is being reviewed.
That's
And
the way I
being
understand it. We'll
Joe,
be
Joe, does that make Joe? You are a policymaker. You are a legislator. Anything about that makes sense?
a matter of fact, I think I'm not sure if they had succeeded, but they were trying to do it in Mexico.
No, I'm asking you. No, Joe, that's not my question. You are a policymaker. You are a legislator. Anything of that action makes any governance practical sense?
I can't make a judgment on it except that I can give a scenario where it would make sense. For example, giving our humanitarian consciousness, we say, well, listen, we are willing to do this. America said, listen, if we don't do this for you, we want help in such and such a way. So if we go empower if we're going from a quid pro quo basis, and at the same time we are helping people who in fact seeking asylum because of the oppression where they are coming from, I would see our humanitarian side and I would see an economic side to it. So it's those issues, it's those kind of information and data I would need. So if you ask me, boy, make me or Mr. Lam, make me or Mr. Morrison go negotiate this thing to Belize, I think we could have it. But not that. The government, to me, failed so far. I believe that the thing will be something that we would want to support. But I think Mr. Morrison made a very good point. It's an issue of transparency.
Yes.
Because we not, it seems to me that Belize is to be a holding area for people seeking asylum in the US. And while they are waiting here, if they go through, and I don't know, if they accept them, then they go to America. If they turn it down, then what we do with them? We have to send them back to their country now. So that's all I gather from it, a holding area.
Yeah. That's what I don't know. Whether the United States is just saying we don't want these people and we're sending them to your country. You figure out what to do.
Or when it would
That's
be that,
that's where our government.
I could have never support that. No.
Well, that's
You pick
why I
asylum
want to
in
hear.
America, you pick them up and you don't want them, then send them back home. Don't send them, I believe.
Yeah. Well, some of them claim that they cannot go home because they face levels of persecution. I think you see. So there's some drama and some issues in that ties this all down to where they go or what happens to them if they're in fact claiming that they're not going to be welcomed in their own country because of whatever situation they left behind.
Don't you believe, and this is more hypothetical, to get out the reality of it, do you accept that countries should be opening their doors to those seeking asylum from oppression? And I'm saying
Yes,
it only to the
I
extent
believe
that you
that.
can afford it. If you look at the United States, that's what happened with America. They came from over there, kill out the Native Americans,
Yeah.
then for them people come from Europe, then Caucasians, and then take over America. So they are all immigrants. The president of the United States, his father was an immigrant. So they were all immigrants. So I'm saying, to the extent that Belize can afford to assist the humanitarian cause and they finance the cost, then I would say there is some merit to it.
Yeah, I think the issue is transparency from our own government to explain to us what they're doing, to explain where this plan is going, and to explain where how it will affect or possibly displace the citizens of Belize that are already under several strain of economic and social causes. I want to
That
talk a little bit talking about social causes and strain. We've been seeing, I think, at the count at this time of the year is already like 55 cyclists has been knocked off their motorcycle and killed. And I keep wondering, where are we in terms of trying to understand where we need to make the change, either in our traffic laws, in the licensing, in the education of motorists, both vehicular and motorcyclists, and it just seems that we're throwing our hands up and just letting these accidents happen. I know the CEO of transportation department talked that they're going to be putting in new legislations and stuff governing motorcyclists and motorcycles. But I think it needs to be, and I don't know what he has planned yet, but I think it has to be a broad educational revamping of our entire disposition to how we behave on the road.
I
Any
think
any
I can, I think I can answer that question, and I can answer it from a position of knowledge and experience. It is true that you can always make improvements to management of traffic in a country, but you can come with the best laws, and with weak enforcement, the laws are effectively nullified. I think in the Belize situation, the way I see motorcycles moving around and causing a lot of accidents right in the city is simply because of not imposing the laws. Let me give you one which might not hit directly on the morbidity or the mortality of a person. But the noise nuisance. They are running these motorcycles deliberately look like and they run them to make noise. Then
Mm.
they got some vehicles where they run to make noise. They got trucks. That is a violation. There is a law what they call
Yeah.
what they call a nuisance law. And
Yes.
they do not enforce it. People up in the night living in some of these areas like on Princess Margaret Drive and those things 10, 12 o'clock at night waking them up.
Yeah.
So I mention it because you have a point. What is happening is a good point you raise. Do you know that traffic accident, it seems, have gone ahead now and maybe be the number one cause of death?
Hmm.
It's very high. The
Yeah.
traffic accident in this road traffic accidents, what they call the
Hmm.
RTA,
Hmm.
is increasing. It's on the increase rapidly.
Yes.
And it's taking lives.
It is. It is. And
Well,
it's taking some of our most productive people, the young people.
uh, Mr. Morrison and Joe, I think we're missing the issue here. Why are we seeing an increase in motorcycles in Belize? That's a direct
I think we
link.
have the answer for that, right?
No, it's a direct link. I'll give you the answer. It's
Yeah.
a direct link to the cost of fossil fuel.
Yes.
It's a direct link to the cost and the accessibility of purchasing motor vehicles.
Hmm.
Because motorcycle is one of the most cheapest means of transportation. People have to move from A to B.
Hmm.
It's cheaper for me to buy a motorbike and access fuel at a cheaper cost to get from A to B. So what we're seeing, and then also we have a population. I lived in Latin America. We have a population, we have an increase in our population coming out of Latin America, where because of economic constraints, the only mode of transportation is motorbikes. So the question is not whether or not we will put in new laws. The question is, how do we ensure that because of the economic realities that has put this new mode of transportation at the forefront, and because gas prices and customs duty on four-wheel vehicles is so high, it has rapidly increased the necessity for this transportation. So, and we have to understand motorbikes in the US, in Belize, in the Caribbean, anywhere in the world, is a very dangerous mode of transportation. And traffic accidents on these two-wheel cycles is extremely high.
Yeah.
And so again, I don't want to sound like I'm repeating myself. This is something we as a society have to be able to stomach, deal with,
You think
because it's the reality.
well, I
Well,
know we use it because of mobility, the congestion with cars and stuff, but
it's a
I
cost.
yeah, and the cost. But I take exception that to think that we just have to live with this. I think there must be some mechanism that government can implement either
Mr. Morgan, you live in the US, right? Try to
yes.
get a license. There's a reason why, and Joe was the Minister of Health, and he'll tell you this. There's a reason why the cost of insuring a motorbike in the US is so expensive.
Yes.
Because the
Yeah.
reality is
Accident. Yeah.
you will get into an accident. And the
Yeah.
cost on the society that is related to accidents of motorbikes is so expensive that you pay via your insurance. It's just the cost of doing business. So unless the government finds a way to reduce the cost of four-wheel automobiles on the streets via taxation or gasoline, this number will increase. And if you have 2,000 more bikes on the road, prepare to have 50 times more traffic accidents. It's just it comes with the territory.
Yeah, but the only thing I
Mr.
don't
Lam,
know
Mr. Lam,
over your hair.
Mr. Lam,
Yes,
it
yes.
seems to me that your solution for most things is to keep government out of it, and government will not solve problems of the
No, no,
people.
that's what I'm saying. No, no, I'm saying to you as a society, if we increase the amount of motor, if the economic situation creates an environment where we increase the amount of motorbikes on the street,
Mhm.
prepare for more motorcycle accidents. That's just the reality.
But
Let
don't you
me,
think that we could alleviate some of those
How?
accidents by education and training and
Sure,
licensing
sure we
and
can. I heard I heard the CEO say that, and that's wonderful and that's well stomached for the population. But you are driving a motorbike at which is two wheels. You have no protections of a proper suspension system, metal all around, and you're moving the same speed of a car. You will get into an accident, and you will cause death or injury to yourself or others. That's the reality of that machine you're riding.
allow me to come in here at this point, Mr. Lam and Mr.
Please
Morris.
come in,
Let me
Joe.
remind you of something, Mr. Lam, which we have. I was the Minister of Transport,
I know
and,
you were.
and then I was the one with the Inter-American Development Bank that we carried out one of the major reforms of the transport in this country, where we bring the three of them together. Now, let me tell you about the study that was done regarding to issues of motor vehicles. You see, they talk about that demand pull through energy savings. There is some truth to it. But that to me was not so much a decision, because the reason why is that the people who are, if you are a driver of a vehicle to get to work or to move around, and you are the only one in the family using the vehicle, the energy pull is more palatable, because then you want to say, boy, because I use one motorbike and me one. But if you do use it to carry your children to school and you do move around up 3, 4 hours, no, the motorbike will not replace it. So that does not replace it. It does in the case of the single person. What I think has been happening, you have areas like the restaurants, and they brought in a new kind of jobs for the people in the city. They begin to do delivery. Most of these places are doing delivery now. So this brought in, if you go to any of the big restaurants, you'll see the amount of motorbikes that are out there. That has been one of the reasons that is carrying up the numbers, and also bringing a great risk to the traffic. And why is a risk? Because they are getting paid by the amount of deliveries. So then they cut in and cut out. The speed up to hurry get back to carry one next one. That's how they make their money. These things to me has to be addressed and can be addressed by a government. And it comes true indeed in traffic engineers do this. Traffic engineers can, we had a traffic, the first traffic engineer we employed in this country when I was mayor. The first traffic engineer we ever had. And he helped me to develop some of the things in this city with the World Bank. So these things are not sometimes what we think they are on the face of it, but there's some truth to it. The shift over is where it is convenient for you to do it. But the issue is simple: law enforcement. The growing numbers of the population is not what is causing it, because the city is growing out. The suburbs of this city now is right up to Ladyville. If you watch in the morning and in the evening, on both roads, the northern and the southern, you will see the amount of lines of vehicles of people coming into the city. So when they are in the city, what you need now is more parking places for them, because when they come into the city, they go to work. And they have to come out and catch bus. There was a time when the idea came up and we tried to push it, and I would hope they will do it now. Instead of coming, instead of coming by vehicles, have buses to come bring you to the city.
Public
So,
transportation. Yeah.
and here is
Joe,
where you need some in traffic. It has to be
Joe,
some common sense traffic engineering input, and you could solve it. The government can do
Joe,
it.
Joe. I lived in Latin America, right? Something that is big in Latin America, from Guatemala all the way down to South America, is called motor taxis.
That's right.
So
We have
what
to.
are we? So listen to me, because it's cheaper and it's faster. Get ready for that reality. I hear everything you're saying. Unless un,
That,
unless we are prepared as a government and a country to create an environment where four-wheel transportation is more economical as our population increase and the demographics of our society comes out of a population that is used to that, that is where we're going to. And
No,
hence, we will listen to me, and hence, we will have more traffic accidents as related to motor vehicles because of the financial causes that drive this industry. That is where we're going, guys. I
well,
hate to sound I hate to sound pessimistic.
well, let me add to you. Let me take what you said and put it in a package that you could better
Yes,
see. In every human society, which I'm not talking about the animal, the human society, there's a thing called the instinct for economic efficiency.
yes,
Now, government can contribute to making it palatable by cutting back on the cost of some of these things.
exactly.
So there is a fact that people will definitely look for economic efficiency. The majority of us will. So what we want to do, one, if you think, say, boy, we want to have more smaller vehicles in the country because some of these vehicles they only carry 3 people in there, 4. You don't
Yeah,
want the big vehicles. Then what you do, you put a heavier tax on the big vehicles, or
exactly, Joe.
you put quantitative restrictions on them. We had to do it.
Exactly.
We had to do it in San Pedro. I did it while I was there. San Pedro could not accommodate the big vehicles. Them they do it in Barbados. In Barbados, the only way
yes.
you could get one big vehicle into Barbados, 156, you have to get a special permit because the roads are narrow and Barbados is small. So again,
Yeah.
these are things, my brother, that I come right back, and I will keep saying it. We have a nation state. The nation that the people, the state that the government was supposed to manage better the nation's resources.
That's
We are
right.
we are failing not because of poverty. We are failing simply because we don't have the kind of creativity and imagination that our leaders should have. And it comes out of the cradle. We are becoming too self-centered. I'm seeing it in this country. Meaning, people gravitate to politics because it's a way of getting rich quick. Then they go to politics because they see it as a noble calling. People want to go and work at customs. They don't want to go to no ministry. They can only make nothing there. They want to go here. And that's the reality of the society is shifting towards a more self-centeredness. So again, it comes back.
I'm with you, Joe.
What can government do along with the community? It's not government alone to do it.
Yes.
The government takes the taxes from the people with the understanding that you are supposed to do the things for us that you can do better than we can for ourselves. That's what government is about. We don't
Joe,
want to go.
I listened to the commissioner last night, right? And I laughed because I used to catch motor taxis in Venezuela. He said he will ensure that they sell helmets when they sell the bike. So in Venezuela, I remember you could not catch a motor taxi if you didn't put on a helmet. Guess why?
That's right.
The taxi driver don't want multa. So they want to put on the helmet. But the problem is, Joe, and as a minister of health, you know what it costs for a broken hand, a
Well,
broken foot, a
absolutely.
broken ankle, a broken shoulder. That helmet will protect your head. But the amount of accidents on that road will not decrease with helmets, with overtaking.
Well, you brought up a very good point because
And that is the real, Mr. Morrison,
Yes.
that is the real danger to our economy and our society. Is
Yes.
the
It is.
cost on dealing with not the debt, and I don't want to sound callous. The
Yeah.
debt I can deal
That
with the
is
debt.
easy. That is easy.
I could deal with the debt of a motorcycle accident. But
Yeah.
when I go to the hospital and I see that man on the bed string up in a cast for his neck to his foot,
Yeah.
I scream
Yeah.
because I am saying, God
You're
damn,
paying for that. You're paying for
how
that.
much I to pay for that?
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
let me bring you to this before we go off. We did a study again. I was the minister of health, and I ordered that we do it. We're going to take one scenario, and we're going to show the government, the cabinet, what was the cost, a road accident on the highway.
Thank you,
Yes.
Joe.
You know where
Yes.
they're coming? They're coming to
Yeah.
Carl Houston.
Yeah.
That accident cost Carl Houston $1 million.
Thank
Yes.
you, Joe.
Hold
Yes.
on.
Thank you, Joe.
That's why it costs Carl Houston.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Joe.
That is only the medical cost. Now look at
Yeah.
the productivity cost. The amount
Yes.
that died. We lost human
Yes.
resources.
Yes.
Families lost breadwinners. So we
Yes.
did the whole gamut. We did a whole gamut of all the costs. And when you finish with it, the medical cost was high. I showed them, now we show them, listen, we have to know, instead of
Economic cost.
incur this amount of cost, why don't we strengthen the traffic department and the road traffic management? So we
Mm.
show them the economics of doing things. And
Yeah.
those are the things I'm saying makes better government. When you go
And
sit down, analyze
yeah.
things in a dispassionate, objective, professional way, bring in your professionals, not be
Yes.
guided by the people where they hustle.
Yes.
Anyhow, I'll end on that note.
Yeah. Any last word, Mr. Lamb, as we close out here?
No, thank you guys for having me. It's always a pleasure to be in the same space with Joe Coy. First time meeting you, Mr. Morrison.
It's my pleasure,
Um,
sir.
but I think my country is on a good track. I think we are making the strides we need to make um, to survive as a young, vibrant nation. And my and this is geared towards my good friend Joe. I I need him to shuffle us or curdle us into success rather than putting drop. He wants to drop his load. He still has 100 more years left to help this country along. So stop dropping a load, Joe, and help us into this
Well,
wonderful
Well, let me end.
future.
Let me end. I take off from what you said. You said that the country is in a good track, and I
Yes.
agree with you. But we have to begin to win the races and that track, the 100-meter sprint, and so that's what we
yes.
need to do. We're on a good track, but go and win
Yeah.
the races on the track.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Fred. Lennox, welcome as usual, my brother.
Thank
Always
you.
give
Thank
a
you.
good
I like the optimism that we ended on.
And I must
I
congratulate, I make a finish off. I must congratulate Mr. Morrison. I'm really glad that you're back, that now I can leave that you're back on the Lennox and I will exit with my age, but not tonight. Thanks again,
no.
gentlemen.
Good.
It was very
Thank you.
good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to say thanks for all those that joined in across the breadth of Belize and in the diaspora. And have a pleasant evening. And if you didn't get the show, please pick it up on the rerun. Thanks, you all. Good night. CY, take it away. I guess CY is still winding down. But hello?